Dun, 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 dun. Remember, don't have the charm. Don't have the charm. I need to not have the charm because it gives you an XP boost, which will help out. You know, so. And in that time, I'm just gonna watching videos while I just farm the same enemy over and over and over. Na, na, na. Da, 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 da. Wait, what am I doing? It's way quicker doing backstab. Why am I grabbing this? I don't need it. Okay. Well, there goes the there goes the no hit run. I hadn't got a hit until then. That's what happens when you try and be speedy, eh? I want to go back and try no hits again. Oh, it seems kind of cool. No, not to the bow. What the fuck? Fucking bull, man. Of everything I could have died to, the fucking bull. Whatever. You've gotta talk to him. You fucking did I talk to him or not?
分かっておるな。来たるべきは。
Okay, I need to get all these idols so I can get back to them later. Shut the fuck up!
我が娘その刀置いてゆけ愚かなり
まだ埃がひどい。
I don't know how to do the snake fast way. I did the snake fast way on the other bit, but I don't know I don't know how to do the snake fast here. Which I probably should learn since I'm trying to make this as efficient as possible, I guess. But if I'm not being efficient, then what's the point? I don't know. I don't even need that. What am I doing? What am I doing? I knew it was a shard. What am I doing? Oh my god, this ghost here. Alright, time to kill the serpent. Serpent. Destroy. Wait, hang on, there's some other things. Da-da. Shut the fuck up, just let me give you right! Let me give you a estimate through.
How's it going, guys? And speak to him again, and he will give you back a cooked rice. Consume it, travel away, and travel back again. If she says the harvest isn't ready yet, simply travel away again and then come back to the idol and speak to her again until she gives you some rice. We use to recover her health. You are most likely only
Weird. What? Holy shit. I should just, I can't really do like the combo.
Without progressing anymore, again. And now what we're going to do of asking for more rice, traveling away to the Mibu village, traveling back again, and doing that. I think I did it a total of if you travel away and travel back here after we've already activated the dialogue where she asks about if you gave the rice into Kodo, we'll realize she's no longer at the inner sanctum. This is good. This is the exact thing we're looking for. So once she's disappeared from the inner sanctum, we're going to go in the beam of light and head back into the Hall of Illusions. This is the area where you fought the 4 monkey boss. And we'll see her sitting here. We talk with her for a bit and read through the dialogue, and she'll come to the conclusion that we need to find another tome. To find this next tome, what we need to do is go back to the main hall of the Sempro Temple and go through the cave almost right to the end just before we do the final grapple jump to exit the cave. And here again, and then come back to the idol and the second idol of the temple. Only some more rice, but or you are going to betray the Iron Code for this specific ending. Now that she's recovered, she'll give you not only some more rice, but also a key item called Rice for Kudo. So now is the time we want to go back to the Ashina Castle and actually do the Owl boss fight. When you get to the top of Ashina Castle, this is where you're going to have to make a key decision, whether you want to obey the Father Owl, or you are going to betray the Iron Code and stay loyal to Kudo. For this ending, we do need to choose the second option, which is staying loyal to the Young Lord Kudo.
Hello. Kudo.
Here you have to fight Owl. Once you've dealt with that, you want to go back into Kudo's room. And here you're going to speak to him until you hand in the rice. And then you're going to refresh the area and speak to him again. And he will give you back a cooked rice ball. You're going to eat this rice ball. It doesn't have to be necessarily in front of him, but make sure you've consumed any of the rice balls that he has given you. And without progressing any more Kudo's dialogue, we want to go back to the inner sanctum and talk with the Divine Child of Transformation again.
What am I doing?
And now what we're looking for is the dialogue to pop up where she asks you to rice into Kudo, and you say yes, and you made rice balls, etc, etc. However, for me, it didn't directly show up. I had to do the same process as we did at the beginning, of asking for more rice, traveling away to the Mibu village, traveling back again, and doing that. I think I did it a total of 2 more times, and then I had to feed her another one of the fruits so she could recover again. And after she recovered this second time, this is where the dialogue actually started to progress, and we got the dialogue we were looking for.
Did you give the rice to the divine heir?
Yes.
The divine heir of the dragon's heritage?
Yes.
Refresh the area.
お主のこと
父生きておいて白みこそでで参る久方ぶりよな来い
You're going to eat this rice ball. It doesn't have to be necessarily in front of him, but make sure you've consumed any of the rice balls. Whether you want to obey the Father Owl. Here you have to fight Owl. Once you've dealt with that, you want to go back into Kudo's room. And here you're going to speak to him until you hand in the rice. And then you're going to refresh the area and speak to him again. And he will give you back a cooked rice ball. You're going to eat this rice ball. It doesn't have to be necessarily in front of him, but make sure you've consumed any of the rice balls that he has given you. And without progressing any more of Kudo's dialogue, we want to go back to the inner sanctum and talk with the Divine Child of Rejuvenation again. And now, make sure you've consumed any of the rice balls that he has given you, and with the area and speak to him again, and he will give you back a cooked rice ball. You're going to eat this rice ball. It doesn't have to be necessarily in front of him, but make sure you've consumed any of the rice balls that he has given you. And without progressing... Here you have to fight Owl. Once you've dealt with that, you want to go back into Kudo's room. And here you're going to speak to him until you hand in the rice. And then you're going to refresh the area and speak to him again. And he will give you back a cooked rice ball. You're going to eat this rice ball. It doesn't have to be necessarily in front of him, but make sure you've consumed any of the rice balls that he has given you. And without progressing any more of Kudo's dialogue, we want to go back to the Inner Sanctum and talk with the Divine Child of Rejuvenation again. And now what we're looking for is the dialogue to pop up where she asks you if you gave the rice into Kudo, and you say yes, and he made rice balls, etc, etc. However, for me, it didn't directly show up. I had to do the same process as we did at the beginning, of asking for more rice, traveling away to the Mibu village, traveling back again, and doing that, I think I did it a total of 2 more times. And talk to eat this rice ball. It doesn't have to be necessarily in front of him, but make sure you've consumed any of the rice balls that he has given you. And without progressing any more of Kudo's dialogue, we want to go back to the Inner Sanctum and talk with the Divine Child of Rejuvenation again. And now what we're looking for is the dialogue to pop up where she asks you if you gave the rice into Kudo, and you say yes, and he made rice balls, etc, etc. However, for me, it didn't directly show up. I had to do the same process as we did at the beginning, of asking for more rice, traveling away to the Mibu village, traveling back again, and doing that, I think I did it a total of 2 more times. And then I had to feed her another one of the fruits so she could recover again. And after she recovered the second time, this is where the dialogue actually started to progress, and we got the dialogue I was looking for.
Did you give the rice to the divine heir?
Yes.
The divine heir of the dragon's heritage?
Yes.
And now if you travel away and travel back here after we've already activated the dialogue where she asks about if you gave the rice into Kudo, we'll realize she's no longer at the Inner Sanctum. This is good. This is the exact thing we're looking for. So once she has disappeared, and we got the dialogue I was looking for.
Did you give the rice to the divine heir?
Yes.
The divine heir of the dragon's heritage?
Yes.
And now if you travel away and travel back here after we've already activated the dialogue where she asks about if you gave the rice into Kudo, we'll realize she's no longer at the Inner Sanctum. This is good. This is the exact thing we're looking for. So once she has disappeared from the Inner Sanctum, we're going to go in the Beam of Light and head back into the Hall of Illusions. This is the area where you fought the 4 monkey boss. And we'll see her sitting here. We talk with her for a bit and read through the dialogue, and she'll come to the conclusion that we need to find another tome. To find this next tome, what we need to do is go back to the main hall of the Senpo Temple and go through the cave almost right to the end just before we do the final grapple jump to exit it.
私ケミスあこおはそすにあるゆにこのタイミコ
の
モス
か
ミコノスモスアンミコノスモスアン
Oh, I didn't know it instantly transported you. Alright.
The cave, and here we'll find the tome on the corpse of a monk.
So, you need a website. Go to Fiverr.
No.
Take this tome back to the Divine Child. She will have returned to the Inner Sanctum at this point. And here she'll mention that we need to find the livers of 2 of the great serpents. That's going to be our next step. The first one we can get by going to the first idol in the Senpo Temple. And here we want to make sure we've got the Puppeteer Ninjutsu equipped, get the backstab on the small enemy with the big hat, and make sure you activate the ninjutsu. The Puppeteer Ninjutsu will force this enemy to go over and high the kite. Then we simply want to run through to the other side of the temple while the enemy is high in the kite. And now that the kite is in the air, we'll be able to jump from this tree across to the other side. Then do a couple of grapple jumps onto the next platforms. Here we'll find one more idol before we continue down into the, use to grab the livers. Here she'll say she's going to eat them, but we can't watch, etc, etc. So here we want to travel away again and then travel back to the idol, and we'll notice the doors are locked. Here you can eavesdrop in if you wish to. Apparently this isn't actually a required step if you don't want to. This is specifically now where I went back to Kuro's room at Ashina Castle and advanced all his dialogue until it gets to a point where he asks us to get the dragon's tears from the divine realm. Eat them, but we can't.
ミコのもしはいヘスワツソモナミリュオスカミコのかもさあなときいただいとき
specifically now
From the divine realm.
Kuro's room at Ashina Castle and advanced all his dialogue until it gets to a point where he asks us to get the dragon's tears from the divine realm.
I need you to bring dragon tears from the divine realm.
Yes.
You must first go to the
So after he's cut himself a little bit with the mortal blade and is sent us off to the divine realm in seek of these dragon tears, now is when you can return to the inner sanctuary and talk with the divine child one final time, and here she should give you the frozen tears. Once you have the frozen tears, that's pretty much it. That means you have done all of the steps required for the secret ending. Once you have the frozen tears, now you can continue through as if you normally would for the regular ending, by going down to the idol just after the corrupted monk boss fight, and then praying at the heart. This will take you to the divine realm, where you must kill the real monk, then you'll kill the divine dragon, and then you'll go back and fight the final boss. And after all of that, at the end of the game, you can offer the frozen tears to get the return secret ending. So I hope we managed to cover any doubts you may have had back and fight the final.
Oh, これ
これを
どうすん
こう家具を
こう
岩か黒
か狼どう
ふしはふしそう
うん選挙をま
これ
たけこんどなあんもよそうしど狼よこれ
み
おめ
大
だいこれどう
みそ
たけ
かか
うんミクはこの
氷
お流さ
Alright.
お前
No, that's not it. Why am I doing this instead of just...
そう
I need wax. I need scrap. Makes sense. I could do the skip bit. be honest, they're very fast. What the? What the hell made that noise? Yo, what the fuck? I didn't know she had the kick. What the fuck was that?
やなこ
この
はつくるいよ
俺がアシュラを生かす。じらせはせぬぞ。参れ、赤炉。
I choked at the end there. Well.
So I wanted to query something that may have traits of hitless running, which is spicy food. I saw that you've done a couple of very spicy things, such as like a pizza with ghost peppers and a fowl curry, which is a hotter than a vindaloo for people who might not be aware. And I was just wondering what the appeal of that kind of thing is for you, if you do that more often.
So, I mean, I guess this kind of ties into, like, why I like challenge running. I just like seeing how far I can push myself. And, like, with Spice, you can just keep upping the level. And so, yeah, I don't know, like, it's already, I don't mess with Spice as much these days, though I still like the kick. But, yeah, I started just going really, really hard. It's like, besides just liking the challenge, it's also the effect that it has on your brain. So, like, when you eat something super spicy and you're like,
I'm just gonna be
"What?"
watching.
And you're like kind of
Don't know, I
like
could
really
mute it, but
in
like
it's
I'm
almost like uncomfortable. When your brain, I think it starts releasing endorphins, so you get like a little high
Oh,
from it,
fuck
and you just
me, I
feel like
gotta-
kind of wild. Like you feel really good when you come down from it.
Yeah, I had a ghost pepper once a long time ago, and it's had some very negative effects afterwards. Let's say, but it's worth for at least the experience, even though that sounds very weird.
Eating a ghost pepper is a whole nother story. Like I've generally
I've
messed
had
with
really
hot
hot
sauce,
peppers. I don't
it's
like
I guess like vindaloo or like
chili
curry,
at
right?
all.
Eating actual peppers, which is what they threw into that fall curry, that the way that the heat like ends up expanding in your esophagus and like ultimately your stomach, it's just so much more intense. Whereas I found, of course, with hot sauces that while of course it's all going down the same passageway, it seems to be more concentrated locally, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's yeah, eating an entire ghost pepper, eh?
Moving on to a separate form of potential masochism, as some people may see it as.
Yes.
What was your first introduction to no-hit running?
So I don't exactly remember who. I think it was probably Gino Machino or Squilla. I'd like to say that. Yeah, I don't know. My buddy told me about Twitch once I started getting into FromSoft games back in 2018, and yeah, I just like stumbled upon one of them. Yeah, just started following some folk. I'd like to say it was actually Squilla, I think. Besides my art buddy, he was like my first no-hitter that I followed. But yeah, I didn't really know much about it. I was like, oh, that's kind of crazy that they went through this entire game without getting hit, because like this game like smashed me to bits. But yeah, I don't know. I just started getting like progressively more into challenge running, and after doing some no death, I was like, okay, I guess I'll give no hit a try.
What was the point of like going from this is interesting to I want to try this?
I think, let's see, I like quit playing Dark Souls 3 for a year because I was really butthurt over Nameless King. Came back for the deal. So, oof, yeah, eating an entire ghost pepper. I'd like to say that. Yeah, I don't know. My buddy told me about Twitch once I started getting into FromSoft games back in 2018, and yeah, I just like stumbled upon one of them. Yeah, just started following some folk. I'd like to say it was actually Squilla, I think. Besides my art buddy, he was like my first no-hitter that I followed. But yeah, I didn't really know much about it. I was like, oh, that's kind of crazy that they went through this entire game without getting hit, because like this game like smashed me to bits. But yeah, I don't know. I just started getting like progressively more into challenge running, and after doing some no death, I was like,
wait, what did you
buddy,
say?
he was like off games back in 2018, and yeah, I just like stumbled upon one of them. Yeah, just started following some folk. I'd like to say it was actually Squilla, I think. Besides my art buddy, he was like my first no-hitter that I followed. But yeah, I didn't really know much about it. I was like, oh, that's kind of crazy that they went through this entire game without getting hit, because like this game like smashed me to bits. But yeah, I don't know. I just started getting like progressively more into challenge running, and after doing some no death, I was like, okay, I guess I'll give no hit a try.
What was the point of like going from this is interesting to I want to try this?
I think, let's see, I quit playing Dark Souls 3 for a year because I was really butthurt over Nameless King. Came back for the DLCs, and then after I got through all that, I was like, oh, let me mess around with no death. I didn't think that I could really do no hit. I was like, that's like a little too intense. Maybe I can do speed running. But then after finding out how purely enjoyable routing was, I was like, oh, maybe maybe I could do this. But I'd had previous experience with Sekiro too, and like I'd worked on a no death in like June of 2019. So I was like, you know what? Let me mess around with Shora, like all bosses no death, and then see if maybe I could do hitless. Then after that, like all bosses no death, and then I think my like little stint with Dark Souls 3 all bosses no death. I forgot the exact order, but I was like, okay, what's up, Shora? And I was watching a ton of speed runs to try and pick up strats to be able to get through it. And boom, after a couple weeks, I like got the run, and I was like, oh, that was very manageable.
Speedrunning's such a good or useful tool or resource for finding abstracts. Like, there's so many ways. Just like, this is the most efficient way to do it, and then you can sort of mold it into hitless with a lot of things.
Oh yeah, I think it was like each night, especially during the Immortal Severance no hit, I was just like watching Aggie while practicing.
Yeah. God.
Yeah, lots of great intel there.
Did you ever delve into speedrunning yourself, or?
Not really. I mean, like, I remember when I was playing a lot of, like, because Dark Souls Remastered, that was my first stint with FromSoft. I was so into it. And I was like trying to find out ways myself without really watching any speedruns to just, like, very quickly go through the game. And I think the fastest I got for an any percent was, like, 5.5 hours at that time. And, I mean, now, given, you know, all the work I've put in a no-hit, could definitely, you know, already gotten sub 2, but
Delve into speedrunning yourself, or?
not really. I mean, like, I remember when I was playing a lot of, like, because Dark Souls Remastered, that was my first stint with FromSoft. I was so into it. And I was like trying to find out ways myself without really watching any speedruns to just, like, very quickly go through the game. And I think the fastest I got for an any percent was, like, 5.5 hours at that time. And, I mean, now, given, you know, all the work I've put in a no-hit, could definitely, you know, already gotten sub 2. But yeah, I don't know. I was like thinking about doing it with Sekiro at one point and Bloodborne, but there's like a lot of strats that right now I like, one, like don't really have the time for the work kicking my ass, but two, I just don't know if I care enough to get down. You know what I mean? Like in Bloodborne, trying to do very speedy Gask, I'm like, dude, you were the bane of my existence. I wish that you would stop being this way. And then, like, the glitches, too. Because, like, ultimately, if I were to do speedrunning, I'd want to do, like... I'd probably want to get to the point of doing unrestricted all bosses for some of these.
Is it the appeal of doing, like, the glitches are cool, or what is it about unrestricted?
So, I mean, since I was young, I actually really, really enjoyed, like, the game-breaking aspects of speedrun. Like, literally, just getting through the game as fast as possible is just very cool. I just like racing. So, it's like... that's just a necessary evil in terms of like getting through the game as fast as possible. So that's really it. I mean, some of them actually do look pretty cool. Like it's like because it's, you know, the game breaking stuff is like somewhat mystifying. So like for instance in Dark Souls 3, when you look at the death cam, right? Like like the Wilhelm skip, shit is crazy to look at, and it's also stupidly technical. Like there's so much more practice you have to put in to get some of those down. I think I remember Tricky was saying when he was like first getting into the all bosses speed running, he practiced Wilhelm skip for like 8 hours one day, and he was like, it's still so difficult to get.
It's those sort of things where it's just like you spend so, like, it don't really matter how much time, in fairness, like you have to get to that point, and then it's such a small percentage to get it, and then if not, it's a reset.
Exactly, and so there's that extra level of frustration. So it's like I like adding speedy elements when I can to know hit runs, but it's nice to know that I can kind of fall back, like when I need to, like hang out with chat for a second, go use the restroom, like whatever, right? Like you can actually like hang out when you want to instead of just like speed.
I'm impressed by anyone who is gonna try going to Sekiro speedrunning at the moment with Seki just having an absolute monopoly over the
yeah, I mean
world records.
he's like breaking his records like every run.
It's mad stuff.
Yeah.
So Sekiro was the first one, and then after that was into DS3, and then Dark Souls 3, and then Dark Souls. Was that in terms of preference or interest, or?
Yeah, so I had more experience with DS3 and Dark Souls than I had Dark Souls 2 at that point, because like I hadn't played Dark Souls 2 in say like 2 years or something. I think after I got the Dark Souls 3 no hit, which I can go a bit more into after. But after I got that, I think I had like this 12-hour stream where I don't know. I was like playing something, and then I was like, "Oh, let's play Dark Souls 2," and the gutter made me want to kill myself. So I was like, "Fuck this game. I'll do Dark Souls first, and then we'll figure out when I actually want to do Dark Souls 2." Because I was like, wow, this is way more enjoyable 2 years ago.
When it was nice and chill and could get hit and not have to worry about it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd ever a bit more into after. But after I got that, I think I had like this 12-hour stream where, I don't know, I was like playing something, and then I was like, "Oh, let's play Dark Souls 2," and the gutter made me want to kill myself. So I was like, fuck this game. I'll do Dark Souls first, and then we'll figure out when I actually want to do Dark Souls 2. Because I was like, wow, this is way more enjoyable 2 years ago.
When it was nice and chill and could get hit and not have to worry about it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd ever equate that experience to chill. Because Dark Souls 2 is so ganky. Like, the running sections, they really paid the utmost homage to Demon Souls. But definitely, like, yeah, I coming straight from Dark Souls Remastered, Dark Souls 2 was the only game I could play on my, at the time, potato laptop. So I was like, oh, more Dark Souls, cool. And so it was just cool traversing the ridiculous worlds that they had and getting ganked left and right. But yeah, I guess if we use chill in terms of like, oh, yeah, actually being able to get hit, then yeah. But still, the gutter, oh.
It's so good. Yeah. So yeah, let's go into DS3. I especially want to know the difference you found going into that after, because we always like compare Sekiro to Souls, but it's interesting going from Sekiro into Souls. How was it the change up in getting used to the difference?
So at first I was starting to route the Dark Souls 3 run while I was still running Immortal Severance. And that was getting confusing. So I was like, as I got my PB down for Immortal Severance, I was like, okay, like let's not mess with my muscle memory. So I just started like running straight Sekiro. But it was since I had done the this all base game bosses deathless for DS3 and then the all bosses deathless for Sekiro, like pretty close to each other, it wasn't the hardest transition, but I definitely, yeah, like Dark Souls 3 was a longer run. Like with Shora it was around 50 minutes that I got the run, and then Immortal Severance was like an hour 7. So then I was going to a run that like was sometimes, if I, depending on deaths that I had in a run, it would be 2+ hours. So it was largely adjusting to that, and then yeah, also just trying. Oh my God, Prince's teleport. Yeah, it was. Sorry, go on.
Before, so was this before the door cheese was found?
The door cheese?
With Prince's, where you can like roll against the wall to.
I was definitely using that, but okay. I wasn't doing the true cheese where you wait for them. Like the only thing I was doing was like at the beginning of phase 2 go into roll, and then I'd go into fight, because they're actually like a pretty fun fight. They killed plenty of my runs, especially towards the end. But they're just a fun fight, so I was like, screw it, like, let's fight them. But I know plenty of people they're all about a free Princess.
I was gonna say, better men than I.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. It's all a matter of preference, right? But yeah, yeah, even on this all bosses run that I'm working on now, I still much prefer to fight them than I fight them, like, basically towards the end again.
I do want to go into longer runs, but I'm gonna stick with the any percents for now. And next one to talk about is Bloodborne, which also could have a sense of being quite different from the DS3 or DS run, or was that how you found it?
Yeah, it's a very precise run. Like going from, honestly, even like comparing to Sekiro, like it's a fast run, but it's like with Sekiro, how to like describe it? Like with like Sekiro and like the Souls game.
Oh, hang on, I need like, Demon Bell active, don't I?
But you can still kind of like improvise, you know what I mean? Whereas in Bloodborne, there's a level of improvisation for some of the bosses, but for the most part, it's like very algorithmic. So if you fuck up the algorithm, then you're just kind of screwed and it's reset time. Like I'd say...
Oh, I didn't get the Demon Bell. Fuck no. I didn't get the Demon Bell. I didn't get the...
Shadows? Maybe Miko, but there's still... and then Mergo's Wet Nurse.
So as an example of
Or strats, or like with Sekiro, let's see how to like describe it. Like with like Sekiro and like the Souls games, I felt like certainly like there are strats or whatever, but you can still kind of like improvise. You know what I mean? Whereas in Bloodborne, there's a level of improvisation for some of the bosses, but for the most part, it's like very algorithmic. So if you fuck up the algorithm, then you're just kind of screwed and it's reset time. Like I'd say where you don't see the algorithm is, I guess, Shadows, maybe Miko, but there's still like a bit of algorithm in there, and then Mergo, Mergo's Wet Nurse.
So, as an example of like, as Clem's described it as algorithmic boss, would be Vicar Amelia, where there is a set order of strikes you can do on each of her limbs, which, if done in a set order with a set amount of damage, will result in quotations a free fight. But if you mishit a different body part, or don't judge your stamina correctly, or make any error in that system or in those steps, you will be in a lot of trouble. Let's say.
Yeah, I mean, there's still ways to like it's still good to actually know how to fight the boss, but like without that. But I got that algorithm down. Definitely, I was like, whatever, I'll just end the, like, it wasn't any marathon running, so I was like, whatever, if the run dies right now, it's like, I was optimizing it to just basically get there in under 20 minutes, which made the resets that's another element to just trying to add speediness, like some speed elements to these no-hit runs, is just it makes the resets way less painful.
The last one of the From Software series I want to talk about before going into some variety is Demon Souls, which yours was completed on the original, is that correct?
Yes.
How was that as an experience with all its frame goodness?
So initially I was actually running it at 60 FPS, which was dope, but because the PS3 version wasn't initially intended for that, it was causing very weird shit to happen. Like for instance on Phalanx, you'll like their motion, like the way they move gets very weird, and the way that they'll throw their like forgetting word, I guess they're spears, right? They're spears. Like everything, like all the physics were just not working as expected, and for like another instance of like physics issues was the Shrine of Storm skip, like where you can just basically very quickly go to Adjudicator or whatever. So yeah, there was like really odd things that were happening. I think I got down to like PB.
Oh no, hang on, I can still do that because I'm coming here and then I can.
Before I went
Yep.
back to 30 FPS.
I do this.
Like working as expected.
Okay, it's fine.
So
It's
then
fine.
I was like even more. I was getting way more consistent. Weed Lord Gaben, he just committed to 60 FPS. He was like, I can't be arsed to fucking deal with with 30 FPS, and I was like, all right, man. Even if you're seeing this weirdness and it's messing with consistency, he's like, fuck it.
What was the like final straw that made you go, okay, I'm just gonna do
Okay.
this for FPS?
I think it was actually Tower of Latria. I think I kept running into weird issues in the Man-Eaters split, and it wasn't like Man-Eaters themselves. It was just like there was just like some bugginess, I think, with the gargoyles. But I don't exactly remember. I do remember losing a lot of runs on 60 FPS to that specific split though, like on the running section. And and then there was, I think, in the second split of Shrine of Storms, I think there was also a skip that kept fucking up. There too. I ended up dropping it, but I was like, I blamed it on 60 FPS as well. So there was a whole slew of problems that I was like, this isn't worth it, man. My sanity's breaking.
And Demon Souls isn't. I know there's some very quick runs nowadays, but Demon Souls is quite a long run.
Well, so I like leveraged Zoodle's hybrid, right?
No,
It's
that's
like
not what I meant
primarily
to do.
sorcery, but so my run was like 2 hours and 17 minutes.
Okay.
Whereas yeah, if you're doing melee, I think people started getting it down, but that's I think typically like between 2 hours and 45 minutes to like 3.5 hours. I remember Dobby for the God Run 2, his Demon Souls run was like 4 hours.
That's
Yeah.
I say commitment, but that's on top of the God Run as well. Total God Run 2 as well.
Gauntlets hybrid route. It's like primarily
Yep.
sorcery, but so my run was like 2 hours and 17 minutes.
Okay.
Whereas yeah, if you're doing melee, I think people started getting it down, but that's I think typically like between 2 hours and 45 minutes to like 3.5 hours. I remember Dobby for the God Run 2, his Demon Souls run was like 4 hours. Yeah.
I say
Yeah.
commitment, but that's on top of the God Run as well. Total God Run 2 as well.
Yeah, like I mean, I think he had that as 4th game. But yeah, I remember talking to him about it. And he was like, "Yeah, like there's so much meme in this game that I'm just trying to be as safe as possible. So like, I'll do a 4-hour run as long as I get the run."
Before I go to a variety here, just so Clamps was the first person to have completed all games that Team Hitless had on their roster, so to speak, prior to Resident Evil. So that included all the From Software games, Cuphead and Hollow Knight. So I want to go into Cuphead and Hollow Knight, but I just want to query if that was intentionally done, like you saw that no one had done all of them and that's what you went for, or was it just the variety aspect that you wanted?
Well, it was general interest. I really liked Cuphead, and before I got into No Hit, like basically the beginning of 2020. Yeah, beginning of 2020. I started getting back into it, and I was trying to like go through Expert, and then I was like, you know what, screw Expert, man. I'm just gonna, or like I was trying to get S rankings or whatever. I was like, let me just mess around with No Death, and it was. At that time, I was just kind of burnt out from Cuphead, but I always wanted to like return to it. So like,
Yeah, it
after
doesn't give
8
any
months
XP
off,
boost. I
was
wish
like,
it did
Let's go
there.
back. We just got Dark Souls no hit and Bloodborne no hit, so let's dabble. And you know, especially like seeing what Sublime was doing, I was like, yeah, let's do it. Yeah, I mean, and he was very helpful with it too. Like he reached out, like he would coach me a bit. We'd like hang out, like do Cuphead stuff, play chess, just shoot the shit. Like really cool dude. So that was like really motivating. But you know, again, I still had to take because I was just getting. I got like the no death in 4 days, and then went to no hit, got to PB6 like immediately, and then I was just stuck. Like that's a game where like you can get your hits down really quickly. And then
My neck.
actually you're just chiseling it down. I got like 8 PB1s in that. The benefit is a very fast run, but my god, everything is just assaulting your senses.
Yeah, I've spoken to Sabai about this. It's in like comparison to Dark Souls, or at least the percentage of the run itself is a lot more focused, because even though it's a shorter run, pretty much every minute of it is a boss or
Really quickly, 4 days, and then went to no hit, got to PB6 like immediately, and then I was just stuck. Like that's a game where like you can get your hits down really quickly, and then actually you're just chiseling it down. I got like 8 PB1s in that. The benefit is a very fast run, but my god, everything is just assaulting your senses.
Yeah, I've spoken to Sabai about this. It's in like comparison to Dark Souls, or at least the percentage of the run itself is a lot more focused, because even though it's a shorter run, pretty much every minute of it is a boss or focus time.
Yes.
Because there's so little time walking between the areas. It's just like boss to boss to boss.
Yep. And then if you include the what is it? The run and guns too. Like it's still, you know, you're still walking around the overworld very minimally.
Always doing something.
Yep. Yeah, but yeah, that game really strengthens your reflexes, man. Like I thought I had good hand-eye coordination before I ever played Cuphead, and then I realized just how far I still needed to go.
So the next level above.
Yeah. But so just going back to your question of like, oh, like notice that not all of the games have been done. Yeah, I mean we had just added Cuphead and Hollow Knight, so I was like, you know what, since I've gotten through all these any percents, like I might as well just do it because I like both of these games. So Hollow Knight, I was like, I can wait on that, but I'm not like as pumped about it as Cuphead. Don't get me wrong, Hollow Knight definitely gave me the same feeling as Dark Souls 1 when trying to, you know, go through the game first time. The exploration is just so magnificent, and what great lore, right? But I just had, you know, I was like, I really want to do Dark Souls 1 all bosses first. I was like, let me go back to my FromSoft boys real quick.
Just stay on Cuphead for a quick sec. Was there any particular bosses that repeatedly had issues or had jank, let's say, or both?
So at first it was the flower, Cagney, right? But, you know, the fact that I had them as first boss, like, eventually I started figuring it out. So, yeah, Isle 1 wasn't really an issue anymore after that. Isle 2, for a while before I changed my route up to, like, really optimize getting lobber, I'd like to say, yeah, dragon was a real problem. I also made my life very difficult by not doing, like, if you look in other runs, they leverage, I always forget names, but, like, you know, like the spread?
Oh yeah, spread weapon.
Yeah, people would use, like, a combination of spread and lobber, whereas I used roundabout, lobber, and bee shooter. And so, yeah, Sublime was like, oh, you made your run 50% harder by doing that. I was like, that's what I was used to. That in and of itself added difficulty to some of the bosses too, but like, yeah, I'd say the dragon and Wally. Like, of course,
Yes.
Beppy, right? But I like, per Sublime's advice, I decided to just do the hardest bosses that I could, like, first, just so there's less pressure towards the end of the aisle. But like, yeah, like Wally, for whatever reason, I guess in the 4th phase, I kept like getting greedy or like misgauging like what I could really do and just getting like hit. Aisle 3, the robot dude. I started getting pretty good at B after a while, but the robot dude and Medusa, and then of course Devil. I think I got like 3 or 4 one-hit runs to Devil.
Cuphead's such an interest. Like, it's if you haven't played Cuphead, I highly recommend it. It's one of the most unique gameplays out there, especially the bosses. It's super interesting, considering by just appearances, if you've seen like a trailer or a clip, you wouldn't really potentially understand it as one of the most difficult games.
Reason, I guess in the 4th phase, I was too, but like Sublime was like, oh, you made your run 50% harder by doing that. I was like, that's what I was used to. That in and of itself added difficulty to some of the bosses too, but like, yeah, I'd say the dragon and Wally. Like, of course,
Yes.
Beppy, right? But I like, per Sublime's advice, I decided to just do the hardest bosses that I could, like, first, just so there's less pressure towards the end of the aisle. But like, yeah, like Wally, for whatever reason, I guess in the 4th phase, I kept like getting greedy or like misgauging like what I could really do and just getting like hit. Aisle 3, the robot dude. I started getting pretty good at B after a while, but the robot dude and Medusa, and then of course Devil. I think I got like 3 or 4 one-hit runs to Devil.
Cuphead's such an interest. Like, it's if you haven't played Cuphead, I highly recommend it. It's one of the most unique gameplays out there, especially the bosses. It's super interesting, considering by just appearances, if you've seen like a trailer or clip, you wouldn't really potentially understand it as one of the most difficult games in the last few years. But it is up there.
Oh, it is, yeah. Like we have both agreed upon, the attack on the senses.
Yeah, there's so much going on.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Especially when you go into like one of the first bosses in Isle 1, or one of the bosses in Isle 1 is Hilda. And Hilda on expert, there is
It's insane.
so many things on the screen at once.
It's insane.
And,
See, when I was going for the S rank, it took me forever to like actually get through it, and then I was at like I think 2 seconds off, so I got an A+.
oh,
So I was like, oh, I don't want to do this. But yeah, it's oh my god, especially like the amount of green airplanes that come through, and they all shoot like 5 missiles at once.
oh yeah, such more spread out than.
Oh yeah, that expert mode is so.
I'm
I
only
think
20
all
minutes
the airplane
anyway.
levels just
28
gave
minutes
me,
in.
like,
Oh my
insane
god.
agita. when dealing with expert.
This actually is the most boring part, not
Should
gonna
have
lie.
been like, okay, I'm just like.
Oh wait, hang on, I forgot
so you
to.
can sync up. Like, so yeah.
Although with the co-op, I mean everything's doubled there.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I remember Sublime was actually going. I think internet connection was ultimately the issue, but I think it was with SB Wolf.
Yeah.
They were attempting to do co-op hitless.
Oh, that must be interesting.
Oh yeah, really the biggest problem in that is internet. That's the real boss. that lag.
It's the point of why is every majority no hit runs done online, because it's the worst.
Yeah.
Lag invasions, everything.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know, even like when you're streaming, right? Like usually it's just you, but when you get the co-op in the mix, it's just like forget about it, dude. Like I remember with the Widers, I think they were doing a co-op tournament that I narrated, and I just remember like I think at various points there was like bugginess from some folk because it was like, oh, I got a little delay on this end.
I want to go into events later on to talk about that, but just to go on to the last game of the any percent, I should say, Hollow Knight. How did you find then going into that as the last any percent I believe you've done?
Yeah, that was the last 90%. Then I just went to all bosses. So that was pretty cool. I got it faster than I thought I was gonna get it. It was like Scott, his routing was just brilliant. I was initially trying to use Hill 1030s because it was like highly influenced from Fireborn and Spiral, which we know Spiral is also very influenced from Fireborn. But I didn't really like using Fragile Heart.
Strength, do you mean?
Oh yeah. Oh man, I always mix it up. Yeah, Fragile Strength. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So going and getting it from like our cricket buddy or whatever, or maybe giant ants. See, memory, it's strong. But yeah, I wanted to just speed things up, and I found that Fury was really, really brilliant at actually speeding up the bosses. So the first half I was like furying, and then once I think Scott convinced me to get, what is it, Soul Twister? No, what is
Spell Twister, yeah.
Spell Twister, yeah. It made the second half so much more comfy, dude. Oh my god. And so at that point, like obviously Watchers and the Hollow Knight, hardest bosses of that run. Like after that, Watchers became a breeze, and then it was just worrying about Acid Scare.
Always an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I started getting it pretty consistent, but it's like after Watchers, your nerves, like, this was pre-spell, Spell Twister. Your nerves are just kind of like up there. So I was like, all right, like we're switching this up. We're gonna do the Metroid first. And we'll save Watchers for before the Hollow Knight, since it's so much easier now with Spell Twister. Like, you can just get so much more greedy. It made the Hollow Knight so much easier, too.
Yeah, definitely. Did you get Spell Twister before Soul Warrior as well?
Oh my god.
I battle Soul Warrior, get Shade Soul, right?
Soul Sanctum,
Yeah. And then just go through Soul Sanctum, because it's like pretty free after that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, if I did it before, boy, Soul Sanctum would have been way scarier.
Yeah, the biggest trolls that are those Soul Twisters.
Dude, yeah, they're so... Like, that was another thing with getting Fury, was it made dealing with those guys easier on the way up through City of Tears. And, or at least, that one guy, like, when he's like, oh, he's a boss, and then all of a sudden he's everywhere in Soul Sanctum. So, yeah, I found it to be, like, a pretty... Like, it was just the Hollow Knight he was Cinder. I just called him Cinder. He was so tough. So I was just glad I like kept it together enough when I actually got the run, because it didn't really take me that long. I think in total it was like 18 days.
Ooh, nice, speedy.
Yeah, like I was just I had just started my job at that time, so I was like, cool, we can get this out of the way before I really have to start working. I'm still training.
Okay, I'm an idiot.
That's 75%.
That's a
Dude,
pointless
it's
death.
so good.
All right.
It's too good, in fact. But it was also it was nice to not have to get King's Idol. You know what I mean? Or whatever that was,
Yeah.
like when you're going through Crystal Peaks. So tons of perks with getting Fury.
So with those 8 games, how would you rank them in terms of like difficulty, enjoyment? If you had a quick breakdown or quick like list of them.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think Bloodborne's probably my favorite. Largely because I seemed, even though I would definitely get really frustrated at points, I ran the all bosses for like 5 months and was still pretty into it. Obviously, after I got the run and was like training for the tournament, I was like, well, it would be nice to go back to DS3. I seemed to not get as tilted as I would with some of the other games. So yeah, I might mark Bloodborne as my favorite. Honestly, Cuphead was pretty fun, but remarkably frustrating. All right, let's see. Let me think. But I'd say probably Bloodborne. Screw it, I'll put Cuphead as number 2. Demon Souls actually was a really enjoyable run as hybrid. Dark Souls, Hollow Knight, and let's see, DS3, Dark Souls 2. I love Dark Souls 2, but like I haven't touched it in like a year. Did I forget a game? I totally forgot a game.
Sekiro.
Oh, Sekiro. Yeah, I haven't touched that in a while too. I'd put that over DS2 actually. So yeah, wow, that's a tough one. I'm gonna have to rethink that, but that's the list I'm given now.
Yeah, no worries. And it is like there is a lot of games there and a lot of like intricacies with each one, so yeah, I imagine it would take longer, but as a quick one.
Yeah, Sekiro actually was a stupidly fun run as well, just because it was so fast. But again, it's like I touched it for Mortal Journey no hit, and then I was like, I'm just not. I just can't. We're going to another game.
The joys of Inner Father and his Mist Ravens.
Dude, okay,
At least
so
that-
yeah, Inner Father is the worst. Owl 2 though is my favorite boss in that game. That might be actually my favorite FromSoft boss. He's so good.
It's such a fun fight as well because there's almost like no pause in it. I mean, I know it can like boot you away and such like, but there's no pause. You're staying engaged, and it's sort of just like a one-to-one fight. There's no like bringing in mobs. There's no any messing about like that. It's
Well,
just you and him.
in phase 2, you got the owl being all cheap, but it's
True.
pretty manageable compared to Inner Father. Cheapo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that he's not like throwing poison onto you like, OG Father or 3 years in the future Father. Yeah, the rhythm is just so nice to get into there too. It's such a dancey fight.
Yeah, Genny's one of the like. I think Genny's everyone's first super like wall in whenever you start Sekiro with no hits.
Oh yeah.
But that is still one of the best fights, both in vanilla playthrough and for no hit. I think.
Oh
Such a
yeah,
good
I mean
fight.
he teaches you how to play the goddamn game. Like I remember I was still trying to play it very Souls-like instead of like actually learning how to parry. And then while he is pretty manageable without, parrying, he showed you how essential it is to get that skill down. And so after that, like I remember just like really getting so angry at him after getting him down. I was like, okay, I think I can maybe hold my own now. I've stepped away from just playing this Souls-like. Because that was like the biggest thing too. Like whenever people are like, "Oh, I'm trying to play Sekiro," any advice? I'm like, "Don't play it like Souls."
Okay, forget it. Forget Souls.
Yeah.
Just go into it.
Yeah, get your parry game strong.
But that was like an advantage, like people who had potentially never played a From Software game who went into it, because everyone who went in was like, I'm a veteran, I've played DS3 and that was quick and Bloodborne. So
Yeah.
And then Sekiro was like, yeah, this isn't that game.
And that's exactly what Miyazaki and team are going for, right? They're just like, listen, we know that all of these FromSoft heads are gonna be like, oh, Souls, yeah, Bloodborne. So he was like, we gotta throw them off.
And it appears for Elden Ring, it's gonna be like, well, I played Breath of the Wild, so this should be fun.
Yeah, right? Dude, honestly, I'm waiting for like all the glitches with the horses. It's gonna be fantastic.
Oh,
It's gonna be hilarious.
It's gonna be interesting.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm waiting for like I expect there will be like a double jump with the horses, and then you can like find a way to maneuver just like double jumping up a wall like infinitely.
I'm interested in like the world's the open world aspect of it. If it ends up being akin to Breath of the Wild, where they're gonna find a way to skip right to the end immediately, I don't think that's a like an impossible like thought if it's gonna be as they're describing it.
Well, I figure what you'll have to do, you'll probably have to do some extra things, kind of like what was it in Dark Souls 1 with the Force Quit route, where you like fall where you'd place the Lord Vessel, you like fall and then Force Quit at like the right time, and then you're just like past the gate, you're in the kiln. So I figure if like that is something that exists, it's gonna be similar to like, oh, you have to like get through a few bosses first, like maybe like 2 or 3.
And it's weird, like we do all this theorizing, or I've done quite a bit, and it's just like we've seen one really good trailer and one like leaked bit of footage of a guy jumping.
Yeah, which I still haven't checked out actually, but I heard like people are just like, oh, that's why it's delayed.
Oh, it looks like an old build. It looks like from ages ago.
Oh,
It
for
looks
sure.
exactly the same as like the leak footage.
Definitely the alpha build.
I do like leaks can be interesting, but it's like so many people just like go opinion first, game later, or something like that. Just like wait for the game, see how it is.
Yeah, theorizing is for sure fun, but yeah, we won't know at all like until it's actually out, and that's the beauty of FromSoft too, is like since they like to break trends, which is why Miyazaki in general is like, yeah, I don't really like sequels. Like since they like to break trends, we're always just gonna be like, there's gonna be something, probably like some similar things, but for the most part, they're gonna bring on their innovation. It's gonna be really very interesting what new mechanics they bring on.
Yeah, I mean everything that's gone from Dark Souls and to an extent like Dark Souls came from Demon Souls, has been different each time. Like Bloodborne had the trick weapons and the dodge mechanics of Visceral. Sekiro obviously one of the best combat systems that I think exists in gaming.
Dude,
And now we've
actual
got a
butter.
horse.
Actual butter.
And now we've got a horse, so that's gonna be something different as well.
Yeah, we've got some Red Dead, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. We actually are just Ishin. This is how Ishin became Ishin. the conception of the Gat. Here we go.
Oh, I'm just waiting to see how customizable for someone to do a Gyobu run in Elden Ring.
Oh God. Yeah. They actually are gonna introduce all the swagger, dude. You're even gonna be able to get haircuts. They're gonna throw in a little GTA San Andreas in there.
So you've done like we've just gone through so many runs. I want to separate them as the Dark Souls-esque runs, that's Demon Souls and the Dark Souls, and then the second one, Bloodborne's separate, and then the 2D ones on another side. And I'd be interested to know your approach to learning these runs and if there's a difference between those three sections, like the Dark Souls, the second Bloodborne, which have slightly different things, and then the 2D ones.
So yeah, all right. So at least like with Souls, right? So just I guess I'll talk just generally. A common theme, like in terms of learning for all of them, has generally been okay. Step one, let's figure out this route, right? Like or just like a rough frame of the route and make some save files for the bosses. And so the routing can take anywhere from immediately this is what I'm doing to like, for instance, what I've been doing for Dark Souls 3 all bosses, where I'm still like basically pinning what my route is. I'm down to PB7 and I'm like, I still don't know exactly how I want to do this ending bit, but yeah, then I'll just go and like I'll try to learn the bosses that are really giving me issues that I'm not really used to. Because some of these games, you know, I just kind of like, I played once and then I was like, okay, cool, this is fun. So I like need to grind out them bosses. But so like, at least for, you know, like talking Souls, I'd say the difference really is length. But yeah, I don't know. Like with Cuphead, as you know, as we said, it's like basically just a boss rush, and so that was more of just like getting used to the brutalness of all this stuff coming at you, as compared to Souls, where it's, you know, certainly there's a lot of speed, especially when we talk about Freed. It's still like slower. And for Hollow Knight, you have like, you know, you have these running sections where you could almost say like some could be comparable to running sections and like, I don't know, like DS1 or something, right? Maybe less like unnecessarily like long and empty, right? But but still, right? You still have those running sections. I'd say probably the like making save files and just like having it default to a bench. There was that difference there where okay, now I actually need to rely on debug mod. But I'd say the common theme is just, you know, figuring out what the route is and like trying to grind that out, and then just practicing what bosses you have difficulty with. I didn't really find that there was like a vast difference between my practicing for, you know, 2D versus Souls.
Did you have any differences learning the routes from something like Souls to Hollow Knight? I say this just as I personally found the moving between rooms a lot more difficult to like visualize the route as opposed to something like Sekiro, for instance, where you can sort of picture the way you're going.
Yeah, so definitely Hollow Knight has a very intricate map. So initially I was like, yeah, I'd say probably the first like 2 weeks I was running, I was still kind of like forgetting like what exactly the next room was gonna hold. So yeah, I definitely say Hollow Knight was more difficult to visualize completely. But that was I feel like more in the beginning than anything. And that was consistent throughout. Like I'd still kind of forget sometimes because there were a lot of rooms that looked like somewhat similar in the beginning. But then as you get more through the run, you start seeing more distinction. At least in the any percent, right? So yeah, visually it was definitely way easier to get, you know, understand the 3D world versus the 2D. But I mean, Hollow Knight's map is just so massive. Like I think in general, like even if it was like a 3D game, it would still be difficult. Just because there's so much happening there.
I think this could be a good tangent to go into the longer run aspects. But just one last thing on the learning. With something like Frida, being in an all boss run and thus the resets are gonna hurt more, let's say.
Yeah.
or feel heavier. At what consistency in practice do you start running the game, or at what point are you comfortable with a boss? Like, is it like 2 in a row, 3 in a row, or is it like a percentage, or just feeling?
So generally, when I'm practicing, I try to shoot for at minimum 3 in a row. It really depends how I'm feeling. Sometimes if it's like multiple bosses that I needed to practice, I'll just be like, all right, let me get them once, and I'll move on to the next boss. Like either way, I'm still getting my practice in, right? But generally 3 is my minimum. Someone like Posse, right? He, like when we were talking, he was like, yeah, 10 minimum. He's like, gotta get him 10 times in a row. I feel good. Whereas I'm like, I have two, like, I'm like, I'm trying to practice a lot. I mean, like, he definitely was too, but I'm like, I'm like, after a long day of work, I'm like, if I have like 10 bosses to practice, I just don't have the time to do 10 in a row. And he works too, so I'm like, how do you have the time? But yeah, like, my approach is that I want to get the route down, so at least with this longer run, especially because I wasn't as used to the DLC before I started, like, I think I had maybe gone through the DLC 4 times, haphazardly. I'm just like, you know what, I'll go through the run, I can turn on practice tool for the, like, you know, for the DLC, just so I can get through it and we'll just count hits. Because, you know, once you get a hit, it's practice anyway, so who cares?
Could you talk a quick sec on the practice tools available if someone might be unfamiliar with the tools that people use when practicing these runs?
Yeah, so I actually found out about this one recently, because I always wondered, like, how's anyone turning on Mayday? So practice tool was a tool designed for speedrunners to just basically make your life way easier when practicing instead of just like relying on your save files and relying on the clunkiness of cheat engine. It just has some enhanced features to be able to, you know, mess around. Like you can speed your character up to get through running sections faster. If it's just like, you know, big, long, and empty. Or like you can turn on one shot, like for instance for Freed, if you only want to practice phase 3, you can just very quickly get through phase 1 and 2 by turning on one shot and then turn it off, like just practice phase 3. You can turn on no damage for both you and the boss to also to stay in the fight for quite a long time. There's cheat engine as well, which I have not gotten as acquainted with, but I know some folk are very into it. I only got okay with, like, you know, knowledgeable somewhat with it for DS2 when I was trying to practice gutter, like going down to the gutter. But those are tools that are leveraged in practice, so that way, you know, it's just quality of life things.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that one shot. That sounds really useful for that phase. Practice.
Yes, I think it was Sunrun and Hemp that told me about it. Sunrun ended up sending me the link for it. But yeah, if you look up practice tools DS3, it should bring you to the GitHub. And yeah, dude, it is so, oh my god, actual heckin' game changer.
So from amazing tools to potentially a step back into your Bloodborne All Bosses run, which has a lot less tools, let's say, with save states being USB based as opposed to
Yes.
shareable software. How did you approach that, especially with, again, such a long run and save filing not being as user friendly per se?
So I have 2 USBs, and one of them I had like specifically for Abrius. So that way, like, if I ran into issues, like, boom, it's already ready. And then, like, if I mess up on other bosses, it's like, okay, whatever, I'll just grab them, and we'll just take this little, like, 2-3 minute break to grab it. End of day, it actually wasn't that bad, especially once I got an SSD for my PS4. I easily cut off, like, 10 and at most 15 seconds than if I didn't have the SSD. I started getting just very used to having to switch it out. Obviously not as convenient as being on the computer, but once you get used to using the PS4 save states, it almost becomes second nature. The fact that I couldn't, like, unless I jailbroke my PS4, the fact that I couldn't use any, like, modding, or, you know, just, like, any cheat engine-esque stuff, that kind of made things a bit brutal in practice, but it still wasn't that bad, especially, again, once I got the SSD. Like, the run is so precise, and there's, like, so much cheese that a lot of the time, it was, like, pretty... Like, it wasn't the worst to practice. Now, for BL4, because I'd like to do that at some point, the BL4 all bosses, that's going to be... we can come back to that conversation. Once I start that, I might be like, oh, fucking sucks. Fuck this game.
I natted with Eden for a while, and the joys of Blood Level 4 were explained very well.
Yeah, I'm guessing he said it was akin to bashing your head into a wall with exposed nails.
One thing I was interested, actually, just reminded me, DS3, I was interested why, or... Because you've gone straight to all bosses plus DLC with DS3, right?
Mm-hmm. Now, for BL4, because I'd like to do that at some point, the BL4 all bosses, that's going to be... we can come back to that conversation. Once I start that, I might be like, oh, fucking sucks. Fuck this game.
I natted with Eden for a while, and the joys of Blood Level 4 were explained very well.
Yeah, I'm guessing he said it was Aiken bashing your head into a wall with exposed nails.
One thing I was interested, actually, just reminded me, DS3. I was interested why, or because you've gone straight to all bosses plus DLC with DS3, right? So is that just let's just get it all out of the way? I'm interested in doing it anyway, so let's just go and do it all at once straight away first thing.
Yeah, basically. I mean, I did that with Bloodborne also, but because the way the route is, I just ended up always getting all main game bosses out of the way with it.
Right.
And I was thinking of having a similar route for DS3, but after, I don't know, looking at other routes, and then of course, you know, when the Team Hitless guide came out from Geo, Sweat, and Gino, I was like, oh, I like this. This is sick. And so I've just been tinkering with a different order since then. Getting DLC out of the way as early as possible it's just way less pressure for the end. So yeah, I don't really care about just getting the vanilla bosses out of the way first. I just want a route that's comfy.
Has there been any notes, apart from the length, of course, and the additional bosses, like the obvious stuff, has there been any notable differences that you found with doing these all bosses run? Has it been tricky to put like concentration, lengthening, and stuff like that?
Well, yeah, I mean, the Bloodborne all bosses run, I was getting down, like, I did a practice run offline at one point. I think it was a one-hit run. That was an hour and 59 minutes. So it's like, that's like the length of some people's any percents. For like Dark Souls 3 or Dark Souls, right? So like, that was like a pretty fast run. So with something like DS, like
the concentration, lengthening, and stuff like that?
Well, yeah, I mean, the Bloodborne all bosses run, I was getting down, like, I did a practice run offline at one point. I think it was a one-hit run. That was an hour and 59 minutes. So it's like, that's like the length of some people's any percents. For like Dark Souls 3 or Dark Souls, right? So like, that was like a pretty fast run. So with something like DS3 being like 3 hours, that certainly can affect your concentration. And it's like thinking about like, oh, well, if I get hit, like when I have really low PBs, it's just gonna hurt more. But I don't know. It's like with anything, right? It's like initially when you're used to something not being as long, it'll fuck with you a bit. But as you start doing it more and more, it just gets easier to deal with. Like I think with the Dark Souls 1 all bosses run, I started getting really consistent, and then it started kind of like flying. So yeah, it's just a matter of like training yourself again to just like stay in that mode. You know what I mean? You kind of just build back up to it.
Do you mean like autopiloting kind of thing, that once you got used to it a lot more, it just was like speeding through? Or...
I guess in essence there is that element of autopilot. DS3 is a really exciting run. Like when I say exciting, I mean the beginning isn't. Like the first half hour, Highwall and Farron Keep are not. Yeah. But like the run has so much going on in it that you're just kind of like always like, I feel like your adrenaline gets pinged quite often.
I was gonna say, for the DS3 or bosses, I guess, because we mentioned about a lot of the Bloodborne bosses, and as well as within the DLC, there's a lot of systematic bosses, but there's a lot less of that or very minimal amount of that in DS3. It's a lot more reactionary, especially in going into DLC with like princes, Demon Prince and Gale and...
Yes. Oh, Gale. Oh, Gale. Half-Light. Oh, you're so great. Yeah, I more just meant like you're training yourself to deal with the length. So it becomes less of a, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess I'll just say less of a pain in the ass to deal with that, you know? You're like, okay, like obviously I've done shorter runs, but like now I'm used to this. I'm calloused in essence. So it's just, you keep running it, you get used to it.
We brought up Team Hitless a few times, and you are, I believe, currently a website editor. Is that right?
Yes. I haven't been able to do as much, but yeah, on occasion I'll do like bulk, like bulk adding of things.
What was your first involvement prior to anything like that with Team Hitless?
What do you mean? Like just me helping with anything?
So first discovered or first introduced, and then how that then went into being more involved in the community and into like the editorial aspect.
So yeah, I don't know. Like I joined the team at the end, like basically after I got my Immortal Severance run, like there was an old server that actually like they hadn't updated the link on the Team Hitless Twitch team page, and so yeah, after my Immortal Severance run, like sent it to Zoodle, and then like Zoodle knew about me from that, and I think at one point I like asked if they needed verifiers and that I'd be willing to help. They thought it was a great idea, so then I became a DS1 verifier. And so they knew about me, like I was getting more known from that, right? About like, you know, the potential for help. And because I do programming, I still hope to do more with the website at some point, but yeah, because I just know how to tinker with the stuff. I was like, oh, I can maybe help with the website, since they just released a new one. I wouldn't mind, considering the backlog is building, just helping to add more runs. And so ping Zoodle, and you know, I'd already gotten pretty acquainted with Ghost and some other folk, and they were like, yeah, hell yeah, if you can help, let's do it. So then yeah, Ghost showed me what to do. I made basically a guide for any new folk that needed to come and edit, just to basically avoid calls, right? It's like if you need to hop on a call, boom, we're there, but it's like boom, you have this guided reference.
It's been interesting seeing Tina, because I'm relatively new to the community in comparison to how long it's been around for. It's been interesting to see the new stuff, like the events being introduced, the community's like growing exponentially. Let's go to events actually. So you mentioned having done commentated in a Wise event, and we've had these few Team Hitless events, including one at the time of recording, a Resident Evil one this weekend.
Yep.
Let's put that in two parts actually. So you've competed in one with Ghost as one of the first ones.
Yes.
How did you did you enjoy like the event aspect or competitive aspect?
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. I like Ghost she's so good.
Yeah.
she's so good at Bloodborne. So it was interesting considering, you know, how many years she has in the game versus what I've been putting in. She's been doing no-hit speedruns, so I was like, oh, like this will just be an interesting. Like she had hopped into my stream when I was practicing. She was like, wow, your consistency. I'm like, oh, am I making you sweat? She's like, a little bit. But no, it was really fun. Like Ghost has helped me out a lot with runs, and it felt kind of like an honor to like battle the teacher. You know what I mean?
Just to give a little background, Goes on Ghost is one of the best no-hit Bloodborne players, being the only person who has completed all bosses plus Chalice dungeons no-hit in Bloodborne, because no one else would dare touch the Chalice dungeons.
Yeah, I don't think most people have the patience for that. To combine both the all bosses, like non-chalices, with the chalices, like that was a 5.5 hour run. Or I think her final run actually ended up being 6.5 hours when she finally got it.
Mad stuff.
It's just, yeah, most people I don't think have the patience for that. It took her 1.5 years, I think.
Interesting going into a competition with Ghost then.
Yeah, no, I mean, her knowledge of the game is vast. I still feel like even, you know, I ran the game basically for 5 months with that all bosses run. Like I've played my fair share of Bloodborne, but it's like, yeah, I still feel like a baby in that game. But no, it was cool. I think those events are. It's just a fun thing for the community, right? Like it didn't feel like oh, like gotta win, gotta do this and that. It was just like, this is just like a fun.
I really want to get
Showcase kind of thing.
in real time sub 10 hours.
And I think that's
I'd
the
love
deal for
that.
most people, but some
Not
people
gonna lie.
get very competitive, so that's why I wanted to just make that clear. Like it was just like, this is just gonna be a fun thing.
Meanwhile, you just like intensely practicing.
Dude, yeah, I was like, and again at that point, in my mind I'd moved on to DS3, so I was like, okay, just like if I can get sub 5 runs, I'll be happy. And then I think in the tournament I got like a 5 to 6 hit run. I feel like it was probably 6 hits, and that they were just so as bummed out as me with getting hit by Ligarius that they were like, it's fine, he's just getting back to Ligarius.
It's that additional thing. Like I say, it is a show. Like these events are a showcase. It's good to like, you know, show some people, members in the community. But it's also it's always going to have that additional pressure of people watching, isn't it? I know like streaming is people watching, but like an event base, so it's like a no-hit run which has its own pressure plus things. So anything decent, like anything like low single digits, is still like massively impressive under those.
Oh yeah, I mean the time constraint is the biggest thing because when you're streaming yourself, it doesn't matter. It's like, okay, boom, if I fuck up here, we can just reset.
Yeah.
So that I didn't really find like the audience pressure to be there. It was really just the time constraint. But yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like I don't know. It might just be me, but I feel like it feels like more pressure when like you're actually seeing that amount of people, right? Like I haven't done stand up in a while, but when I was doing stand up, there was a show that I did where I think it actually was like 70 plus heads in the audience, and I was like, oh shit. I was like, this is nerve-wracking. So many eyes. So many eyes.
I did actually want to ask about stand-up.
What the?
If that has crossed over or helped with live streaming aspects of like running.
I think that in terms of like, I don't know, I guess streams where I feel like I don't do well, I'm like, well, like, whatever. Like, I can kind of like brush it off easier. Because I was used to like, you know, not just plenty of times going to mics and just getting nothing. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's definitely quite different because with stand-up, it's like, certainly you can riff, but it's, you know, you'll typically be on stage for like 3 to 10 minutes, depending on where you go, to like, you know, hit the mic, Jim.
Hey, I know you want to watch that video,
And
but don't
it's,
press that
yeah, but
skip
you're
button.
typically more
Seriously,
like
I'll show you how to
working
save
out your
time and
material.
money.
Whereas with streaming, it's like, you're kind of shooting the shit with your chat. You know, you're kind of like having a conversation and focusing on your game. You know what I mean? But I think in terms of like, yeah, probably when like I have a stream that I'm like, oh, this didn't go like that well. I'm like, it doesn't really faze me. Like it maybe would had stand-up bombing not happened so much.
What is the appeal of stand-up out of interest? I know it's a bit of a tangent, but
It feels really good making people laugh. Like people that you don't know at all. Because it's just like, when you make someone laugh, there's like, assumably some kind of connection. Whether it's a light connection or a deep one, right? It's like, you've connected with them in some way. There's that, you know, oh, I found this funny, so did you, kind of thing. And so when you can do that with like, just random people that like, you know, if it's at a show, for instance, like maybe you'll never see them again. It's just like, well, we had that connection for that moment. And it just feels so good. So yeah, I don't know. At least that's me. It's like, it feels very good making people laugh.
going into the second half of events, the commentating aspect, is that
Hang on, I
something
want to
you
delete the
enjoy as
thing,
well?
but not.
Yeah, I mean, at various points I get kind of fatigued if it's like 4+ hours. But yeah, I think it's cool. It's something that I would like to lean into more at some point.
So for an example, like another Team Hitless event was you and Posse was commentating the Bloodborne with Eden and Artie, or the Artie.
Yes.
How
So-
was that experience?
Oh, Posse.
So the
Posse.
issue there, I think it was great. Posse is an awesome person to commentate with. Like, he's such a cool dude. But the issue there was I was hosting it as well as commentating.
Okay.
So I had to worry about screen changes
Right, okay, yeah.
on occasion. So there would be points where like I would be trying to multitask, and I'm a super spacey dude, right? So like I feel like at various points I would go quiet, and Posse was so good at just keeping it going. But yeah, for the most part it was great. It was just at various points where I had to like focus on the screen. I'm like, like focus on the screen change, because obviously we were like, oh, like here's what's happening, and then like, oh, here's the hit. Oh no. So it's like, oh god, gotta add the hit now. But yeah, no, that was great. And that was, you know, after that I just had to worry about hosting. Other people were commentating. But it was a lot of fun. Like when you really know the game, it's like, it's awesome seeing, you know, what other people are doing. Cause like they can throw you off when you're used to like what you've been doing, and then you see like those different strats. Like,
Oh my god, I'm
I
actually
know this
not that
strat.
far away.
Like, oh, this
I can
is
definitely do this.
This is how this works. This is why this is great. You know.
Oh, it's funny. Me and Spire, we commentated the whole night to run a Fallout event, and both of the runners did weird stuff compared to the 90%, and we would both just go, whoa, what's going on? This is
Yeah, like why are they doing that? What's happening?
where are they going?
Yep.
It's cool when you see that, and you're like, that puts us like into the guessing game. It's just like, okay, He's going here, so he could be doing X, Y, or Z.
Yeah. I think I remember that too. I think you guys were just like, oh, like he's probably gonna do this, and then it's like, oh, he didn't do that. What?
Oh, it's cool though. It's fun seeing the events like pick up as well. Like say the Halloween theme now. Going into more. Is there any of the other the additional games? Because since Cuphead, there's now been all of the Resident 8 games as well as Hades recently been added. Is there any of those that have caught your attention, or do you want to go like more in depth now into the other games?
So I think right now, cause like, oh man, like I would like to do more Cuphead runs and possibly another Hollow Knight run, but I'm very much in the like, let's get the all bosses done for FromSoft, at least the Souls games, like Soulsborne game.
Does that include DS2?
Yes, but I refuse to not use Urine. I will use Urine and Dark Weapon. I will not have a 6-hour run. I just don't have the patience. I mean, maybe at some point I can build it, but I'm like totally fine with doing a hybrid run. Hybrid for the win, dude. But yeah, I mean, yeah, people have asked. They're like, when are you gonna do Resident Evil 2? And I'm thinking next year, because I played last year Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3, and those were really fun. And so I think no damage in that, like, at least from what Posse's told me, he was like, yo, compared to Souls, dude, you're gonna be relaxing. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I'm like, those zombies are pretty intense. But yeah, Posse said it's definitely like they're stupidly fun runs, and so I'm definitely down for that. I still have yet to play Resident Evil 1, and Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 8, any of those. So I'd like to do first playthroughs of those as well.
I've got a couple of just weird tangents I want to go down, and then we'll go into some quick questions.
Sure.
If I don't get something caught in my throat, sorry.
No, it's fine. I listen. Again, story of my life, dude. I also like. There are times where I'm talking to people and I'll literally forget mid-sentence what I'm saying. So like with like something caught in the throat and then also that it's like, oh, haha. Where were we?
That's why I always like so a bit behind the scenes people listening. Why I always do these recordings as audio, because I just have this notepad in front of me that I make notes as we go to make sure that I try not to forget things, because things just go out of my mind so quick, and it's just like, oh, I wrote that down, thank God, that because that's the tangent I wanted to go down.
Hey, what I found with like the other like bit of podcasting that I've experienced is that like with how all over the place like me and the folks that I've done this stuff with can be, we eventually end up.
Yeah, there's zero chance I can do sub 10 hours.
About like a half an hour ago. Let's go back to that because we didn't finish.
This is where we started.
yeah, we've come full circle. This was crazy. What a path.
But the first small, and this will only be probably a very small thing, but I was interested in your Twitch profile pic, which is of a One Piece character. I don't know if you selected it for the term or for the caption of it or for the character itself. I was just interested in why that particular character or that.
Yeah, so it was purely for the caption. One of my viewers, General Leon, because we had so many DS3 resets during any percent, they would just keep saying yes indeed in chat. So when Leon was reading One Piece one day, he's like, oh, this is us, dude, this is the goddamn run. So then I was like, of course this needs to be the profile picture, like if this is just the defining this just defines the stream resets.
Yeah, for people who might not be aware, DS3 starts with the voiceover starts with yes indeed, as Clab says, but it has led to so many great moments on streams where, like, because the last immediate thing that's happened is a hit. So there is vanity, there are people scream, there are people saying weird stuff, and it's always answered by yes indeed, which has led to some great moments.
Oh yeah, it's almost like a stab though, like that phrase, just yes indeed. But at the same time, it's just like, well, here we go again. Time to embrace this lady.
And the second tangent that I wanted to go down was interest in creating maths content. So For people who might not know, Clamps has got a YouTube channel which is on majority the history of notable mathematicians. Is that right? Or I was saying it?
Yeah, there's like some folks in there that like I think people like wouldn't know about. But yeah, for the most part, it's like I've been trying to focus on more acclaimed mathematicians and physicists.
And what was the interest of that?
So in undergrad and my master's, I focused on mathematics and statistics. Well, I mean, we know stats is mathematics, but so I guess pure math and applied math, right? And I found that when I was learning the material, I was way more motivated by finding out just more of the motivation itself, like behind how this stuff came about, and getting insight into these people as just that, people. Because there's like a lot of mystifying. They're like, whoa, like you hear like just Gauss, and you're like, oh, like what a G, like that's crazy. Or like Euler, like his name is all over theorems and, you know, propositions. But like actually getting their history and like seeing, you know, like where these things came from, like, yeah, I don't know. I find that to be very cool. I don't know. Like it's I feel like that's just as important as like, you know, building up your foundations in, you know, abstract algebra or analysis, like whatever you're doing to build things up. Like if you're just like, oh, this came out of nowhere, it doesn't really help you. But it's also cool just realizing how much of an asshole Gauss was. He was really mean. He had a rough life, but like, my god. Telling his kids don't pursue math because you'll just disappoint me. Real nice. Yeah, real nice. Whereas Euler was just a nice dude who got made fun of by Frederick II. He loved his faith and he loved math and physics. And Frederick was butthurt that he couldn't make like a fountain shoot water 60 feet in the air and called Euler Cyclops. What a dick.
Yeah, I'd recommend to anyone who's interested in that topic. I had a quick gander at the complex playing video that you did, which was a bit of a nostalgia trip from the older maths days, let's say.
Yeah,
It was
complex analysis I've always found to be the coolest. There's just something. It feels so brilliant to like things that would normally be so difficult to compute to just be like, oh, complex plane, here we solved it. It's like, oh, nice, sophisticated methodology. Didn't know it could be this easy.
Oh, I can't remember what the phrase is. It's probably Einstein, but Einstein pretty much gets quoted on everything. It's something like, unless you can explain it in a simplified way to a young person you don't know well enough, or something along those lines. Obviously,
Oh,
paraphrasing
I mean, I definitely
badly.
found that with teaching, like when I was teaching calc stuff, my god, and like tutoring stuff, buddy. Yeah, it really glues the information and the pathway to the exposition. And when you realize you're like, oh well, this didn't go so well. Let me like think about this more, and then you just get the different avenues. Since so many people experience learning differently, the different avenues to explain. Wait, what was your focus in school?
For what we have over here for college, which is not college America, it's like the prior to university, I did further maths, which had some pure mathematics aspects to it, and then some mechanics at the same time. But I've not done maths in a long time. It was just a bit of a nostalgia trip to watch through it.
Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, one of I mean, he was doing physics, but so like he needed much of that. But he was telling me at the school that he attended before going on going abroad to travel at my university. Like the first year, basically, even if you weren't pursuing any STEM stuff, a lot of people had to just take mathematical analysis.
I'm sure a lot of people were happy with that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like if even like the more math-oriented folks are struggling with it, I can only imagine the people who are just like, I just want to do history, like how they were feeling.
This is going to be a weird tie back, but I just want to tie back what we just talked about to do with challenge running in the sense of the explanation having a thorough understanding, and I think the same can be done with No Hero and pretty much a lot of things to do with if you have an understanding of why something's being done or how something works, as opposed to just how to do something, it impacts greatly how well you can do that certain thing. So, like you had explanations to do if you understand.
Oh my god, and
the maths that you talked about, it's so much easier to
adamantine
teach it.
scrap.
In the same way, if you understand a certain aspect of, as someone like Ghost has an absolute insane like knowledge of the game and understands how things works, is going to be always more consistent than someone who has watched a strat and knows how to do it but may not understand all the factors of it.
Right, right. Like you gain that knowledge from just cranking it out, right? Just like exposure, experience, experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, for I guess like 5 years, 6 years now at this point. I don't even know, man. That's some true. She's got almost got her PhD in it, dude.
Right, I'd like to go on quick questions, unless there's something else we've talked about that you want to go any further into.
No, I think I'm okay. I would like to say though, I definitely agree. Like, I think probably why no hit appeals to me so much, besides like, you know, the challenges being really stimulating, is like, yeah, like routing and just like learning, just actually learning the game way more in depth is so appealing. And like with no hit, you have to be so on point. So it's like, yeah, there is like inherently. Yeah, especially when you're building it out, and oh man, yeah, I feel like there is inherently like a mathematics behind it.
I've spoken to like pretty much everyone I've talked to has had this similar thought to do with the focus that you have to put in completing a game as a no-hit run in comparison to just a vanilla playthrough. It makes it seem like you're playing a different game because you're seeing so much more than you would in just traditional playthrough, and learning so much more, I should say, as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, for sure, because I mean, in the first playthrough, like certainly you can collect everything, you want to like try and figure out the lore, but it's like you're just trying to get through it. Like with some of the bosses, like the inherent difficulty that they have in FromSoft, it's like you're just like, I did it, I triumphed. Whereas, you know, with the challenge run, it's like, well, now we're understanding. We're not just getting through it, we're understanding how to do this.
If you could give one piece of advice for a new no-hit runner, what would it be?
Don't give up too soon. Like, a lot of people, I feel like, before they even begin, they're like, I won't be able to do this. Like, this is impossible. And, like, they might be very impatient when trying to practice. And just, like, you know, getting the low PBs is usually, I think, where people are like, fuck this. Like, I don't really want to. This sucks. But, like, that's like, part of the challenge, like, is just like the mental fortitude that you just need to build up to get through it. So just like keep on grinding. I guess take whatever breaks you need to, but just like, yeah, it can be a little mentally taxing, but I find as a hobby, like this stuff really pays off. And I found that it actually, I'm still not the most patient person, but these runs have definitely helped my patience a lot.
It forces on you in a lot of cases. Just like
repeat that. Sorry.
Like games in certain cases forces the patience on you to make sure that you don't rush into things.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I don't know. That's the advice I give. Is just like, especially when you're at the low PB, just don't give up. Like certainly you'll have your bad days and it'll be really frustrating, maybe even boring, but you will get through it as long as you keep grinding. I don't know if that's the best advice, but that's the advice I would give.
It's no worries. If one game could be released tomorrow, either an announced, unannounced, or a sequel to a game you don't think will ever exist, what game would it be?
Honestly, after watching the Bloodborne 2 ideas from Boss+, dude, it would be sick. Like, I think it would be very interesting seeing a Bloodborne 2.
I've not seen stuff about it recently. What sort of stuff was the ideas for Bloodborne 2 that he had all theorized, or?
So he had this I guess competition. I guess it was kind of a competition where he just reached out to, you know, he was like, oh, art community, give your concepts, and then I'll just like make a video on, you know, the top 10. And there was one specifically that my art buddy, modern day James, he actually talked to the guy. Like, his idea was super intricate, like stupidly intricate, where like I won't do it justice, but basically the doll is like going through this kind of like barren desert world and trying to protect the slug, right, that we turned into at the end of Bloodborne. And it had like a very Dark Souls 3 kind of vibe to it, and like the sun is very much out, which is very different from the vibe that the first Bloodborne gave, right? And you're just kind of uncovering like more of the puzzle, like the origins of the of the Great Ones as the doll who's like now kind of like evil looking, is trying to protect the slug and raise another Great One. So yeah, I found the whole atmosphere to be incredible in this desert wasteland.
Can you remember what the video was titled, just in case people wanted to check that one out?
I think if you look up Vatia Bloodborne 2, you can probably find it. He did a premiere on Twitch and then probably uploaded it to YouTube. But yeah, that was one of the pieces that was tied with first place. There's like plenty of other ideas in there. That's just the one that I remember most, largely because my buddy had sent me the interview that they had with the guy.
Mentioned there about the mental aspect of these runs.
Okay, 4 more.
Could you tell a time when a run was taking its toll and how you managed to get past it and get it?
Yeah, so Cuphead. I was about ready to just like lay it to rest for a little while. I mean, I had been taking breaks from it in general. Like, I mean, you know, I already mentioned, you know, I got the 6-hit run. And then I was like, you know what, let's go to DS2, and then Demon Souls will come back eventually. But so, like, I got 8 one-hit runs, and I'd been, like, just grinding. And I was like, man, this is just getting too annoying. So I was like, I guess soon we'll just move on to DS1 all bosses if I don't get this, and we'll, like, come back to it. So yeah, I was, like, probably, like, a week or so away from just completely just taking a long break away from Cuphead again, before I got the run. Like, Blasty actually commented on my video saying, like, cause like in the run, I was like, you know, we might move on to DS1 all bosses. Blasty's like, well, you got the run, so now you can move on without having to worry about getting the Cuphead run. So yeah, that was probably the most taxing, just because it was just, oh man, I had never at that point gotten that many one-hit runs.
So would you say having some breaks helps keep you with that run for so long?
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely, it brings the joy back to it when you're starting to, like, really not enjoy that. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I'm trying to think if I've ever really taken break, like, especially since I stream now, like, twice a week. I just kind of just do it. Like, maybe on occasion I'll do, like, some, like, variety-esque stuff, like playing Super Meat Boy or, like, Little Nightmares, stuff like that. But for the most part, I just, like, stick to it. But I know a lot of people that will take breaks and come back to it. Like, I think with Gino, I mean, he also has a massive list of horribly difficult runs. He'll, like, you know, be grinding a game, or, like, a run for, I don't know, a week or 2, and then, like, move on to another one. And, like, eventually come back if he hadn't gotten that run, you know? So, everyone operates differently. I've you know, I was using Gino as an example, but I know plenty of other people that they're like, let me take a break, and then I'll come back.
If I said most hype moment or excited or celebratory moment on stream, on your stream, what would be the first moment that comes to mind?
Trying to think. I mean, are we talking related to no-hit runs or just in general?
It doesn't have to be.
Trying to think. I definitely, with Cuphead, the rush was insane. That was great. Bloodborne 90% was pretty hype, too. Because I got that run in under 10 days. And so chat was like, what the fuck, dude? They were like, how'd you do this so fast? But yeah, maybe the first time I got like a 1,000 plus person raid.
Who was it, out of interest?
Oh man, I forgot his name now. I think it was Tommy K Live. What is it, Hearthstone? I think he's like a big, or was a big Hearthstone streamer. And I was playing Witcher 3 at the time, and I think he was also playing it. And so he just decided to, like, send his people my way randomly. I had never known who he was before that. And chat was just lighting up. I was like, how do I keep up with this? I was like, what is happening? Because I think at that time I may have had, I don't know, 10 viewers. It still varies, right? Like, if I switch games, I'll, like, be there too. But yeah, I think like, literally, like, at that time, as I was streaming, there was 10 people that were, like, hanging out. And, like, 3 people talking. So then it was like, I don't even know how many people. It was just like streams of text. And I was like, what's happening? Are my mods ready for this?
Yeah, I noticed that when I was doing some obviously research prior to the interview. I saw that peak on Witcher 3. I was like, what happened on that day?
Yeah. I think Ghosts and Nexaries also popped in. They're like, what the hell happened here? I'm like, massive raid, and they're like deuces. That's what's up.
I'm now just imagining like one of your viewers who's like gone on holiday for like 2 weeks. They're going So when's Bloodborne? Just oh no, Bloodborne was done. We did it last week.
Yeah, yeah, that one also. Yeah, that was. I was like, I don't know how I did this so fast. I was like, after like the immense struggle with like the previous game, this was just like. But to be fair, I also had the time to just practice it a shit ton, and because of it being as algorithmic as it was just shadows at that point that was the blocker. So it was like get past shadows and we're good. And since I didn't have a job at the time, easy to just practice forever. Now with a job, it's more difficult.
IRL gets in the way all the time.
Yeah, right. Imagine real life, dude.
What is this?
Yeah.
What's in the future plans of Clampcast?
So, yeah, right now it's just focusing
My
on
God, we did it.
DS3 all bosses. I want to try to get that before the end of the year, and then I am debating on whether I want to continue doing DS3. I probably won't, but just ideas. Or just go to like DS2 all bosses, or maybe just start doing Resident Evil. I'll probably end up going to not Resident Evil, DS2. But yeah, that's pretty much the plan right now. Is DS3 AB, then DS2 AB, and then try to mess around with Resident Evil. But who knows? Maybe I'll decide I want to do SL1 runs instead.
And if people wanted to check you out, where would they be looking?
Twitch.tv/Clampscast. I also have runs on YouTube under the same handle.
Yeah, so YouTube, Clampscast, as well as if you're interested in the math aspect we talked about, that modern day math, which you can also find in his About section of his Twitch.
Yeah, I put it there as just in case people are into it.
Clamps, I really appreciate the time. I've really enjoyed this conversation. I hope you've done it as well, man.
Yeah, this was really cool, man. Thanks for having me on.
No worries at all. I hope everyone listening has enjoyed it as well. And have a good rest of your day, and she'll catch you in the next episode. If you want to hear more interviews with amazing guests, be sure to head over to youtube.com/waveloki, Loki spelled with a C, or waveloki.com/nohitpodcast.
I think we're getting sub 10 hours real time. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh wait, I still need 6 more? What happened? Oh fuck no. Wait. Matt, I have enough time, right? Oh, I don't even know anymore. Holy fuck, hang on. What the? Hang on, something's not right. Hang on. Did I lose a bunch of XP? What happened? I got up to 11, right? And then there was 6 more. What happened? Did I just lose XP? What the fuck happened? No, if I don't get under 10 hours real time, I'm actually gonna lose my mind. If this is the reason. What the fuck? No, dude. Dude. What I'd love is to get real time under 10 hours with the gauntlets as well, but there's no way that's gonna happen.
Hello everybody, this is Loki, or Way of Loki, and welcome to No Hit Podcast. Here it's my job to interview extraordinary gamers in the realms of challenge running, whether that be no-hit runs, completing games in their entirety
Cosmic
without
Born.
taking a
Oh,
single
I
hit
bet
or
he's
damage, speedruns
I bet he's
completing
gonna
games that normally take
play
hours and
Bloodborne.
minutes, which
Alright, that's
has
his main thing.
definite influence to this conversation today with a run that takes over 30 hours being completed in a much shorter time, as
Oh my
well as
God.
other such ventures. Today's guest is Cosmic Born, that's CosmicBorne on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Cosmic is an experienced no-hit and speedrunner, having completed many non-traditional no-hit runs, including Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, a run taking just under 8 hours, including non-skippable cutscenes which we go into, as well as other such runs such as Skyrim, Resident Evil 8, and also some traditional From Software games including DS2 and Bloodborne. He's also attained world record level speedruns in Death Stranding, Ghostbusters, and Soma. In this conversation we go through Cosmic's approach and the mentality aspect of doing such longer runs, his introduction to the no-hit and speedrunning scene, as well as a
I
conversation
swear.
about his
What
best ranked
happened?
videos, one of which on The Witcher 3, which has
Seriously
attained
though.
over 1.3 million views, and many more topics. I hope you enjoy this conversation.
I just had 9 and then I just
Cosmic.
Was it 9?
Cosmic,
I didn't
technically,
even know.
I appreciate coming onto the podcast. Welcome. Appreciate the time.
I'm
and
just
hope you're
stupid
well, man.
because it's been doing this too long.
for having me.
So I would like to start. I read that you're a bit of a trophy hunter. So I want to start with, what was your favourite game to complete fully, or to complete to trophy hunt, so to speak?
This is actually a tough one because there are two. I really love Death Stranding. It's my favorite game ever made, and it was the game that introduced me to trophy hunting in the first place, and one of the first games that I actually did, complete 100% basically. So after Death Stranding, I went back and did a few games that I remember really enjoying personally. So I think it's got to be a tie between either the newest God of War, 2018 God of War, or Mad Max, I think.
Okay.
I did have a big glitch with Mad Max where I lost hours of progress, and that kind of put a downer on things, but still, it's a fantastic game. Definitely one of my favorites, for sure.
Definitely, I've gone close on God of War. That was a really great one in 2018, and it's funny because I'm not a huge trophy hunter. I've done a few, so I've done like Hollow Knight and Celeste and one other, I think.
Yeah.
But I started, the first platinum that I actually wanted was Witcher 3, which is a game we'll go into in a little bit.
Ooh,
And I got all the way. It was a really enjoyable one. Like, all the trophies was like either story based, all the quests were really fun to do and all that.
Yeah.
And then I got to this crossbow trophy, and I was like,
I think I know the exact one that you're talking about as well.
yeah. If people don't know, like, in Witcher, first of all, there's iffy combat stuff anyway, but the crossbow is like one of the worst weapons in the game. And for this particular trophy, which is the last one that I still haven't got because I gave up out of frustration, I think you have to get like 50 headshots and 50 killing headshots in order to get this trophy. And it can't be aimed properly, it does no damage, it drove me around the bends trying to get that.
It's really not something that you use for damage.
Yeah,
the only time I remember really using it was to get, flying enemies, to bring them to the floor. But yeah, no, I would never have done Witcher, honestly.
And it was only like last minute that I found out about the Cyclops in the DLC, the Blood and Wine DLC, that you can finish in one shot because of it. So it has one good use at least.
Yeah, definitely.
So let's go on to hitless or speedrunning. Which was the one you first interacted with first? I just said first 3 times. And what was that interaction?
What did you
One
say?
DLC that you can finish
I
in
didn't.
one
I only heard him
It
say
has- it
first
has
one
good
time.
use, at least.
Yeah, definitely.
So let's go on to hitless or speedrunning. Which was the one you first interacted with first 3 times? And what was that interaction or made you aware of it?
So, it's kind of poetic actually. The game that introduced me to speedrunning in the first place was Resident Evil 7.
Ooh, okay.
And I say that's poetic because at this time, Resident Evil 7 was the last no damage run that I did as well. So, kind of full circle. Yeah, so Resident Evil 7, back when it first came out, was the first single player game that I kept replaying because I just enjoyed it so much. I played it over and over and doing just mini challenges, like even hardest difficulty, for example. So naturally, as I kept replaying it, I was finishing it faster and faster, and then I was kind of like, you know, I wonder how fast I could actually make this. So that's when I discovered my friends sent me speedrun.com. That was the first time I'd ever seen speedrun.com, and some of the times on there blew mine out of the water, right? Because they had strats already, you know, they were going at it hard. So yeah, Resident Evil 7, definitely. I never did anything serious with Resident Evil 7 until fairly recently, and I didn't speedrun immediately after having that exposure to it. So my first speed game was a horror game by the people who made Amnesia. It's called Soma, and that was the first game where I really grinded for world record times with strats and everything. And I did it. I got world record in about 2 months. So it was such a fun experience because it was so new to me still at that point, and having all these strats and having a run to compare against that I knew I could beat if I tried hard enough. That was also motivation to do it as well. And so from Soma, I just kind of branched into a few other games that I really felt like running. That's the thing with me personally, is I'm quite picky. So it has to be a game that I really, really, really love. I think that's the way with most people. But for me, you know, I loved Soma, I loved Layers of Fear 2, which is another game that I did. Eventually Resident Evil 7 as well. And that still applies to this day. When I speedrun games, it's still games that I have a very deep connection with. So yeah, it's all started back in 2017, I think, was Resident Evil 7. So
What was it about?
recent.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's alright, go on.
What was it about Soma that made it the one to go for the world record time?
Without getting too deep into this, Soma has quite a special place in my heart. It is the first game that I played where after I got diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. So that was a tough time, obviously, fresh diagnosis and everything. It was pretty rough. So when I got home, I decided I'm gonna play this game, because I actually watched, back in the day when I used to watch Markiplier on YouTube, I watched him play a lot of it, and I was like, you know what, the story of this game is great. So I got home for the first day after being in the hospital, and I sat down and I played Soma, and I was so compelled by that game in particular. And the gameplay is nothing fancy, you know, it's not a groundbreaking game by any means, but for me personally, I have that connection to it, and I knew the game very well as well, so I knew jumping into it, I was like, I know this game well, so any strats that they have, I would be able to do confidently, and yeah, so that's why I picked it. It was the perfect game for me to do at that point, so yeah, definitely, it was pretty easy decision for me, I think, at that point.
It's weird because the internet's like still relatively new, but like in terms of like YouTube, I do remember that horror age in YouTube gaming. Like everything was like horror, wasn't it? And, like,
oh yeah.
A weird sense of nostalgia right there, which is
definitely. Yeah.
So I would like to go to a bit of Death Stranding, but I shall leave that for just a quick sec. to go into hitless. So from speed, was it your interaction with speedrunning community that went into hitless, or was it something else that caught your attention that made you involved or find out about hitless?
Yeah, this is pretty funny as well. So my exposure to hitless was actually completely separate from speedrunning entirely. I actually found, and everyone who knows hitless knows who the Happy Hob is. So I found Hob actually through the recommended channels on Twitch of all places.
Wait, they work? They do.
Apparently, yeah, apparently. So yeah, I found Hob through that, and he was currently doing Demon Souls, and I had only pretty recently introduced to Souls, a few months in, and Demon Souls was the one that I hadn't played. So I was watching this new game, this new streamer, this new concept, and everything just about that one stream right there that just clicked with me. I was like, wow, that's really cool. Like I wasn't even doing Deathless at that point when I found Hob, so seeing him do hitless was just mind-blowing to me. But it wasn't until a long time after I found Hob that I decided to actually do a run myself, and I decided to do Dark Souls 2, which was my first one, my favorite From Software game other than Sekiro. So I chose to do Dark Souls 2, and it was, again, I would not have done this if not for Hob, because at that point, Hob was still the only person that I watched who did hitless. That's changed now, but, you know, I still, at that point as well, the concept was still fresh. Not to say that it isn't fresh now, but for me personally, right, it was still kind of new. It was a few months after I started watching him, and I wanted something new to do in Dark Souls 2, so I just thought, you know what, I'm gonna boot up a hitless run and see how I do. And yeah, it kind of just started from there. That I watched who did hitless. That's changed now, but, you know, I still, at that point as well, the concept was still fresh. Not to say that it isn't fresh now, but for me personally, right, it was still kind of new. It was a few months after I started watching him, and I wanted something new to do in Dark Souls 2, so I just thought, you know what, I'm gonna boot up a hitless run and see how I do. And yeah, it kind of just started from there. Pretty standard story. I think a lot of people were motivated by Hob, similarly to me as well.
Yeah, for definite, definitely the OG of the hitless started it all, kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Like Squilla for ours, or
for sure.
There's a fancy word for it, like progenitors or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
So was there a trigger to like start your own run, or was it just like one day just to click, just like, you know what, I fancy DS2, why not, let's try this?
I'm not too sure. The thing is with my decision,
Come on,
I was
give it to me.
Doing challenge run. I call them Lobos runs. Lobos is another streamer that I have a feeling people are also familiar with. Yeah. So he does a bunch of challenges where, for example, he'll go through the whole game.
Oh, come on!
Oh,
no, I might not actually get this run in time.
But if he got hit or if he died, you just kept going, and you could finish the game with that as a challenge, right? So that's what I was doing at that point. And
yes, good to me.
I had none others to do in my immediate list, so
yes,
I
give
decided,
me the.
you know, my next challenge would be a hitless, because I'd done deathless a few times in Dark Souls 2 at that point. I was a lot more experienced in Dark Souls 2 than the others, so that another thing, that's why it motivated me to do that. But yeah, no, I don't think there was any particular immediate click. It was kind of just, I want a new challenge that looks like something very challenging. I'll jump into it and.
Oh my god, man!
How was approaching that as your first run? How was like the learning curve, the like approaching it as a hitless game as opposed to one of these other challenges?
I think it was easier. Honestly, it was easier for Dark Souls 2 than some of the others, because I was so familiar with the game at that point, and I knew the mechanics, how it worked, you know, adaptability, iframes, boss patterns, everything like that. Yeah, so I knew everything about that already.
Oh my god, please!
I used one of Hobbs' runs as my tutorial, basically. I just kind of copied what he did, and I just translated it into my own run. I spliced a few things, not spliced, that's the wrong word. I tweaked a few things. Yeah, I just exposed myself, and I used one of Hobbs' runs as my tutorial, basically. I just kind of copied what he did, and I just translated it into my own run. I spliced a few things, not spliced, that's the wrong word. I tweaked a few things. Yeah, I just exposed myself. Yeah, no, I tweaked a few things here and there, but for the most part, like my first run for Dark Souls 2 was pretty much Hobbs' route with a couple of help.
Oh my god, please.
As well. Yeah, it was
Game.
It was great. Honestly, it was.
Please.
Still fresh to me, as I said, so it was very. It felt like I was playing a different game at that point. Like when you play Dark Souls casually.
It's so much.
Like when you play Dark Souls casually.
Yeah, I don't know why the audio went off there.
Yeah.
I gotta be quick. I gotta be quick about everything.
Focused approach to trying to complete a game as opposed to like a playthrough. If you know what I mean.
Absolutely, yeah. Like some of these areas where I was just running through enemies, it wasn't viable. You know, like. If I was doing my broken straight sword run, for example, I would run through No Man's Wharf and get hit by a dog and think nothing of it, but you can't do that on Hitless. Like, you just can't, so it was a whole different experience for me.
Just to go on to some of the other challenge runs that you've done, I did have a gander, so you've done like Item Randomizer, Deathless in like Demon Souls, and a Ladle only run in Dark Souls 2 or Bosses, which sounds interesting.
Sounds about as bad as, it is about as bad as it sounds.
Do you have any particular favorites or non-favorites that have interesting aspects to it?
Favorites? The item randomizer for Demon Souls was definitely one of the more fun ones because so few people have done it. Demon Souls has been console exclusive since 2009. You can't, you know, it's not easy to mod, if like nigh impossible to mod on console, especially PlayStation 3 with how secure that thing is. So definitely when I could get my hands on the emulator and do that run specifically, it was such a because Demon Souls is my second favorite in Souls. So you know, being able to,
I don't think I'm gonna have time left. Holy fuck.
I don't know if you would call it unique, but it was unique to Demon Souls at that point. Like, item randomizers aren't unique by any means, but for Demon Souls it was something. I think I only know one person who had done it at that point, so definitely, yeah, that was probably one of my favorites. Another one of my favorites would be, I don't think I have this one.
I need three more.
In Dark Souls 3.
Ooh,
that was
sounds
just
interesting.
Yeah, that one was. That was something else.
So I'm imagining this is a bit like.
Oh my god.
Hype randomizer that it just brings you out to a.
Oh my god!
Yeah, like you could enter Udex Gundir's boss fight and be brought to.
I need three more.
Yeah, that was very fun, definitely.
Has your enjoyment of.
Oh, come on, please. Please, we've got 10 minutes. Plus, I've got to... Please, just give me it. No, give me it. I've got 10 minutes. There's no way I don't get it in time. No fucking chance. Yes! Please, just give it to me. It's fine. It's fine. Yes! One more, then we do the farm. Yes, 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 yes. No, now we go to We're doing this. We're fucking doing it. Sub 10 hours real time. Minus like the dinner breaks and stuff and the times when I would AFK. Apart from that. We did it. This should be it. Alright, it's time. It's time. There we go. And then it's time to end this. I just need 2 more. It's fine. It's fine. We've got enough time. We've got enough time. Unless I get super fucking unlucky, we've got enough time. We've got enough time unless I get super unlucky. Well, I completely misjudged. Alright. I need 2 more, don't I? Yes, 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 yes. And that was 2, right? Unless I'm misremembering. Fine, we've got enough time. We've got plenty of time. This is not happening. Alright. I will get it eventually. Within the next 4 minutes. If I don't get it within the next 4 minutes, I literally am just like the most unlucky ever. Bro, this is actually getting scary. Like slightly scary, not gonna lie. Oh my god, it's over. It's actually over. Oh my god. Just in time for the sub 10 hours as well, real time. That's good. Alright. Alright, let's end this. Okay, it's over. We did it. Huh. Is it possible at this point? But anyway, 4 death run. 4 death run. Under 10 hours real time. We did it! Under 10 hours, all Boss+Mini bosses. Oh my god. And now it's time for... Okay, so... all the reflections, right? Yeah. Okay, hang on. Just while I Alt F4 this real quick and quickly get rid of these mods. The event, the param. I need to do that so I can actually do the extra splits that I'll be doing right now, which is yeah, load up Sekiro again. We did it! All achievements! What's something else? I mean, that's slow, but... I need to add another split, which is called... Oh my god, layout settings. Splits. 6. It's 6. Oh fuck. What did it show? What did it show? What did it show? Oh my god, this is so... Oh, this is so bad. $551.04. $9.57. How do I do... No, how do I do this? I don't understand this. Okay. Wait. Okay, let's just start this again. Okay, let's do gauntlets. Okay.
やるじゃないかせがれ殿。ならば我が守れ
First gauntlet down. Easy peasy. I travel to. Oh no! I don't need to go here. I need to go. I can just unactivate using the item, right? If I'm not mistaken. I'm a dumbass. Right, I could have just activated in the thing, right? Fuck! I just wasted a bunch of time. Oh wait, hang on. I should have my empowered mortal draw, right? I'm stupid for not doing that.
Mind.
Oh my god. He's gonna do the move now. Okay. Oh fuck no. Oh no. Come on. Oh, I fucked that up. It's probably gonna aggro immediately, to be honest. Dude, what am I doing this for? Goodbye. Oh my god, I forgot you've got to fight this guy differently, haven't you? You've got to... Yeah, I forgot. It's not normal Ishin. He does that. Alright, great. Look at this dude. Deflect. Bam bam bam. Deflect. Bam. Bam bam bam. Parry. Oh no, what's he doing? Oh, what the fuck? Oh no. Get deflected. Whatever will you do? Initiation. Okay, we've got one more to do. Oh yeah. More journey time. against anyone. You got five. Yo, what the f- Ah! Yo, I didn't even know you could hold the button. How the fuck did I not know that? That's literally the first time I've ever done that. I did not know you could hold it down. So that's how you did the longer spark. You hold it down? What the fuck? Holy fuck, man. G, Lady Butterfly. Churro. Okay, that's not what I meant. god, I should just play this normally. What am I doing? What the fuck? That's why you don't do that. Oh my god. Fuck me. Okay. Well, this is alright. Yo, what the fuck? That's the first time I've ever had him break out of that. That's actually a fucking first. What even happened there? Holy shit. What am I doing? I don't... Yo! Hey, what's up? Okay, if I can remember how to do this. Hang on. Please say this works. There we go. Okay. Forgot to do it. Okay, I'm actually doing Gauntlets as well. Right now, I've decided. But hey, first time chat, let's go. Hang on. Emma.
Why is Emma's and Issen's grav literally just bending your back, and it does so much damage?
Yeah, I don't know. What? What the fuck was that? I've never seen that before in my life. What even was that? Bro, I've fought this guy so many times. Goodbye. Whatever. Let's just... okay, yeah.
The game must have added new things since I fought the Guardian Ape again today, and that guy's move set was so different. The last time I fought him was like 2 weeks ago.
Oh. No, they haven't added any... I don't even know what happened. I don't use the lines very well though. Our Father. Alright. So I should be able to... Doesn't have to miss those and stuff. Great. No, don't, no. I'm not dead. Oh my god. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I forgot he could do that. Forgot he could do that. Don't. GG. Okay. Okay.
You make these bosses look so easy, meanwhile I can't even defeat Emma without using 9 good seeds.
Oh, I mean, I've just practiced a lot. Oh, okay, Demon of Hatred time. Alright. Okay, not using a Yash or jump back, barely missed me, and stagger. Stagger right now. okay? Yeah, he is. Okay, this is a good one. Nope. Oh, what am I doing? I did the move. Ta-da. He's probably gonna do it. Yeah, he's doing it. Alright. A bit of space. Yep. No, get back, get back, get back, Bob. Thank you. Get back, get back. What even happened there? Did the tree block it? No, I need to get out of it. It's like a terrible situation to be in. And then I'll get back. back. What's next? Right, next. This is all three of the Oh my god. If this... Okay, okay. Yeah. Oh my god, could I... Wait, hang on. Oh my god. What is this camera lock on? Shit. What the fuck, man? Holy fuck. I'm causing more deaths by trying to be fast. Two deaths were caused because I was trying to be like quick. Because right now. Well, what the hell? Goodbye, Inagenichiro. No! I'm an idiot. Damn. Shouldn't be doing that. Alright, GG. GG. Alright. So that is all bosses, all mini bosses, all achievements, and every single gauntlet, including Mortal Journey, 7 death run, but no like true death. So I didn't like die like for real. Like I didn't have a red death. I just used resurrections. So technically, it's that type of no death run, maybe. I don't know, but whatever. All right, it is done. Why is it still? Why is it still? Why is it still going? Please, 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 beg. I beg, game. No, there's no way. No! Ah, it's fine. Mm. Alright. It's over. Anyway, goodbye.